Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
It's time for you to start start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gail Guest Brown. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. This network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, we have speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, cities all over the US, even cities like my city, Sacramento, California. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We have a lineup of speakers today, but today I'm also going to get an opportunity to introduce you to my own business. So as you can see, I'm Gail Guest Brown, CEO of Guest Brown Impact, where I work with women of color to overcome challenges to equity in the workplace. I also work with businesses. And I want to tell you a little bit about my business, the other side of my business, which is the B2B offer. If you're in business, you know B2C means business to consumer, and B2B means business to business. And so let's talk about the business to business piece of coaching. I have a coaching, executive leadership coaching, and leadership consultancies. So I work with definitely leaders on all things equity and all things leadership. So on the leadership side of things, corporations may struggle with a number of things, from having new folks in office in their, they might promote a new leader and want to ensure that they're successful in that role. In that case, they would engage them with they would grant them an executive leadership coach. And I might work with that person over the course of a year. And I might work with all things leadership that were getting in the way. A coach works with people to co-create their solutions. So it's not so much about telling them what to do, but helping them find the right path. So coaching gets confused with a number of helping professions, such as consulting. Consultants get paid for their expertise and their experience, and they come in, they assess the entire situation, they tell you what to do, right? That's not coaching. Lead teachers, it's a helping profession as well. They educate you, so they're telling you about things, so they're educating you. Therapists, also a helping profession. They come in, they're going to look at your whole, it's more pathology driven. They're looking at what's wrong. Coaching is about analyzing what's in the way and how to get around it. So those are the differences. I do executive leadership coaching. I'm a credentialed executive leadership coach, and I work with leaders to overcome the challenges in their workplace. We co-create solutions together. We create a safe place for them to grow, and then we co-create those spaces. So that's what leadership coaching is about. The other aspects of my business are retreats. So a team might have an annual retreat where they take their executive leaders on an annual retreat to get them to kind of focus on the business, get them away from the business so they can get clear, they can do strategic planning, or they might do some team building, connection building. Also, we might do some strengths. I'm a certified strengths coach, Gallup strengths coach. So to actually, analyze the differences between people. So strengths coaching helps people to realize that even though we work together in the same place, we might have very distinct different ways of working. And those distinct ways of working can sometimes get in the way. Sometimes they can present barriers and people begin to resent each other because of the way they're being talked to. And it could just be a style thing. But getting them offside and having them to focus on their connections and how they react together, they can work on things such as a DISC assessment, which stands for dominance, influence, steadiness, or conscientiousness. Those are the different relational styles that might show up in a work setting and might be getting in the way. But taking the whole team off site, getting them to focus on their business and what they have in common, but also that they have these differences and it's okay. Let's understand those differences and then let's adapt for each other's differences. So retreats is big business, because usually they're going for retreats for 2 or 3 days and they're off site. I love retreats, right? Because you can see a distinct difference in the energy of the team when they leave. I like to ask businesses, how do you want your people to feel when they leave this retreat? They can tell me what they want to get accomplished, and usually it's a lot. But how do you want them to feel? And so we work on both the business and how people feel about working together and how we can make that environment better. So that's a fun part of my business. The other thing I like to work on is um, change management. So I'm also a credentialed ProSci change management practitioner. And often, change is a constant, right? It's the only thing that's constant these days. And so it often gets overlooked because we bring in project managers to move this big project from one place to the other, but we forget about the people side of change. Change management is about managing the people side of change just as much as we manage the projects and the systems and all that. We make sure that the people get included. So those are a few of the things. I think the biggest part, right after the last few years, the biggest part of my business has been DEI as well, coaching and DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So DEIB. It has taken a couple of hits this year, but make no mistake, DEI is not going away. First of all, it's a huge business imperative. If you are making products for a diverse world, if you are serving a diverse world, which they are, they can't ignore DEI. They've got to hire a diverse workforce. They have to make that place feel inclusive and equitable and make sure everybody belongs. So they may have to call it a different name, but it's not going away. And so I even today I see people reaching for more DEI training, and that brings me a lot of that's very satisfying as well to do that work. So I work with businesses and individuals on all things equity and all things leadership. So that is a little bit about Guest Brown Impact. Now, you can find me on my website at guestbrownimpact.com, just like my last name without the hyphen, though. Guestbrownimpact.com. My mission, my vision is esteemed women, esteemed women standing in their power, speaking their truths, and commanding their world. I believe that vision. I think women deserve that. I think that women are a gift to this world, and they're too often underrated and underpaid, and their work overlooked and unvalued. And so that is really why I hung out my shingle 8 years ago, was to be of service to women in leadership, which by my account, all accounts, as I looked at research, were at the very low end of the equity equation. They were not getting paid on par with their peers. I would say the pay gap for Black women, where we were getting 83 cents on the dollar for every dollar our white male colleagues were making. And that adds up to quite a bit of difference over time. It adds up to about, a 5,000, it adds up to about $1 million over the course of a 40-year career. And so that's what we're leaving on the counter if we don't correct these inequities. And also if we don't negotiate. So I told you I spend some time B2C, B2 consumer, and that's where I work with my coachees and my clients on how to negotiate. How do you communicate your value in the workplace? How do you stand in that confidence and ask for that raise. You know, there's a lot to think about there. But I work with them. They have to build confidence in themselves to stand and ask for a raise. Um, I learned over the course of years that women weren't negotiating, so we have to correct that, right? And so if you are having working inside of an organization and needing to negotiate for a raise this year, not sure about how to do it, you should reach out to me. There's a pre-game strategy, there's a in the game strategy, in the moment strategy, and there's a post game strategy, right? And so you need to be clear on that. You know, you just don't go in and ask for a raise. You have to have your documentation with you. You have to have done some research, right? And what's the climate like for the business? Is it getting ready to lay off? Is it in a position to offer raises this year? Often, when they've laid off, they follow that up with raises because now they're a little bit lighter in terms of their biggest expense envelope, which is labor. So anyway, you kind of have to think about more than I need a raise, right? And so if you're in thinking about negotiating for a raise, I encourage you to reach out to me. I love working with women on raises. The clients I've worked with have reported double-digit raises at a time when the average raise was like 5%. They were getting 22% raises because they knew how to ask and they believed they knew how to document their value to the company and how to ask that and what to do, when to do it, that kind of thing. So reach out to me if you're thinking about negotiating for a raise or accepting a new job this year. You definitely have an opportunity to negotiate right there as you enter that company. As if we don't negotiate as we enter the company, and about 80% of women don't negotiate on first entering company, we're leaving $5,000 on the table right there, which over time adds up to about $1 million, right? Over the course of your career that you could have had in your pocket, right? And so we don't retire as well either. So these are the things that I think about as a coach, both as to individuals in the workplace, but also as a executive leadership coach working with leaders in how to develop their leadership in their business. For me, I truly believe that these inequities in the workplace, both uh, gender inequities and racial inequities in the workplace, are simply the leadership challenge of our generation. It's not rocket science to pay people on par with their peers. It is not rocket science to pay people, to treat people well and make sure they're included. It is a matter of will, and it's a matter of connecting it to the bottom line. And it definitely can be. So I I think of DEI. I said I'm about all things leadership and all things equity, but I think DEI is leadership. And so if you've got a good leader, they know that this is a business imperative and they should be meeting the day. They'll have to meet the day to be successful in the future. So uh, other things I think are important as we in this particular season, this season of backlash, this season of retraction. Um, I think we have to think about I think we have to think about partnering, right? I think we have to think about how do we help each other succeed in these moments, right? When I think about the buying power of Black women, I believe they contribute $1.2 billion to the economy. So there's some buying power there. And we have the ability to support each other. And we need to make sure that we're turning that dollar over in our own communities, right? This is particularly in this season. We have to make sure that's happening. Um, we have to partner better. We have to partner well. We have to make sure that we are bringing people up with us. When I think about, I don't know, what question? I don't know if how many of you saw the Beyonce's they call it the Beyonce ball. No, not the ball, the bowl, Beyonce bowl. Uh, when she came out through the football tunnel on a riding a white horse. But what many people don't realize is Beyonce, those four women with Beyonce as she came out, were other women, other black women in country music, right? And if you're a black woman in country music, you're not having an easy time. So she used that moment, which she could have used for her own glory, to pull up other four other black people like herself on entertainments in that business. The song she sang was Blackbird by the Beatles, by Paul McCartney. He penned that for back in the 60s when they were integrating the schools, and the Little Rock Nine were integrating. And he saw that on television in England, and he penned the song Blackbird. And he hoped that they would gain some inspiration from that. And she sang that song as she came down the tunnel. So she was very intentional about elevating black culture, black. She had the Southern band, marching band on the field with her. So say what you will about her, but she is very clear about bringing up other black businesses as she rises. And so I really appreciate that about her. And I think we have to do more of the same. We have to do more of the same. We have to work with unity. But yesterday was this for, well, anyway, I'll leave it there. We have to work more with unity. I would ask, one ask I would ask you to think about is, what is your one bold move you will take in this season to take your business or your life or your work to a higher level? What one bold move will you take? Think about that, and then think about me as a leadership development coach. And if you need some help putting some plans together, I hope you will reach out to me on. You can find me online at guestbrownimpact.com, or you can find me on YouTube at Gail Guest Brown, or you can find me on Instagram, both Gail Guest Brown and guestbrownimpact.com, and you can find me on Facebook. So I'm everywhere you need to be or want to be, and I can help you. So reach out, and if you need some help, taking your business, your life to the next level, I hope you will consider me as your leadership coach. It's always a chemistry thing, so it doesn't have to be me. If there's someone else, like I've often had friends reach out to me for leadership when they really need business coaches, and I know a number of business coaches I can direct you to. I've had people reach out to me when they really need career coaches, and I have a great friend that's a career coach. So what I do, there's so many different kinds of coaches, and so we do have a ethics principles. I'm an ICF certified coach, and we have ethics, and we can't take a case unless we are able to help that person. It's not ethical to do that. And so I will never take you on if I can't feel like I can't help you be successful. And I usually do a pretty good job assessing that up front in a discovery call. You can reach out to me at guestbrownimpact.com and get your free discovery call, and we can get things going so that you can help your next season be your best season ever, right? So don't hesitate to reach out. What else can I tell you about being a small business entrepreneur? It is important to know that you can't do everything by yourself. You need help. I have a great social media virtual assistant who does a great job, but I do have to work with her. I have an accountant who keeps my books, right? I have a marketing, a person who lends me marketing expertise. That's my husband. So you can't do this by yourself. And I also have a producer friend who produces my LinkedIn lives when I do them, right? So know that you need help when you're in business, and it's okay. Because how can you grow if you don't invest in yourself? And the same goes for if you are a leader inside a business, or you are how can you grow if you don't invest in yourself? Invest in yourself. That is the key to growth. You can't do it by yourself. Even I had a coach. That's how I got into coaching, in fact. I had an executive leadership coach when I was working inside of a nonprofit organization as the executive director and thinking about my next steps in and what I wanted to do next. And I had to invest in myself to grow, right? And and that is how I ended up being an executive leadership coach. I'm racking my brain over what I'm going to do next. And she said, Gail, you you've got 20 plus years in leadership. Why don't you be a leadership coach like me? And I'm like, wow, I hadn't even thought of that. And that is the beauty of a coach. A coach is outside of you and can see the things that you're overlooking because you're in it, right? And so, and that's how I ended up being an executive leadership coach. And it is a great joy. I've been doing this for 8 years now, almost 9. So I'm looking forward to continuing. But I do have an offer for you today. It is often hard for women. I know in California, women are 60% of women are head of household, and so that dollar, that dollar is hard fought for, and hard to. It's a lot of competition for that dollar in a household. So I do have an offer. If you're listening today and you think you might need a strategy call with a coach, I encourage you to reach out to me. If you say you saw me on the Black Business Network and you want my $97 offer, I will work with you for 90 minutes, an hour and a half for $97. And then we can get you either headed off in the right direction. And so that's to my Black females out there who need some help. My other offer is to businesses, right? If you have a small team and you want to do a team retreat this year, I encourage you to reach out to me and let's see what we can do for you and your team to get you all moving in the same direction and connected to each other and rowing together as opposed to rowing in different directions, right? That's always important. All right, let's see. I am thinking about what's next for me in my business. I ask myself the same thing: is what is one bold move I could take this year? And one of my bold moves that I'm exploring and investigating is to go international, right? To be an international speaker, coach, and leadership coach. And I am thinking about, in particular, Africa, right? I have relatives that are from Nigeria, and I have a business partner that goes to Africa often. So I'll be reaching out to investigate that. But I hope you will be challenging yourself as well. What can I do? What will I do next, right? So be thinking about that for yourself. Um, I am thinking there's opportunity in Africa, but I haven't investigated. It will require some research, right? It's one thing to have an idea, and then you have to research that idea to see, what exactly is the addressable market in Africa? Is it already being filled? Who are the competitors in Africa? All of those things have to be considered, right? What are the regulations that would have to be thought about or provided for or paid for as you do businesses in other countries? So it's one thing to think about it. It's not a bad idea, but you do want to get your ducks in a row and do the research, right? Talk to people doing business in Africa. These are important things. All right. Well, listen, I think that is it for my time. I also wanted to give you a little heads up about a book I wrote. So, this book, Girl Get It Right, you see it has all the tabs in it. That's because I wrote this book as I transitioned out of corporate into my own business. I had a little bit more time. My mother always said it takes a free mind to be creative. And I wanted to leave this book as this book is about, it's called Girl Get It Right, an impact guide to creating the life and work you dream of. It's about making the most with this one little life you've been granted, right? Making the most of it. At one point in my life, I found myself stagnating, right? It wasn't the life I dreamed of or the work I wanted to do. And so this is about some really practical steps about making your life and your dreams come true. I can say that I am walking in my dream life now. I'm working with the clients I want to work with, which are Black women and businesses. But also, I am wonderfully married. But I'm wonderfully married. And I'm wonderfully married and and living my life, traveling and doing the things I want to do. So I hope that we all get to that point. I know I can help you as a coach, and if you don't have the money, you can get this book and figure it out for yourself, right? Not everybody needs a coach. Some people just need a little bit of inspiration. They're great. About 40 inspirational quotes in here, 3 original works of art by local artists, um, and some great strategies for how to transform your life. I think there are at least 2 poems in here that I've written. And so, uh, it's chock full of good stuff. I was looking through this the other day and I found a poem um, that I thought was relevant to what's going on, even in the DEI world. I wrote this back well before I think it was 2019, but it's called The Path Forward. The path forward has many twists and turns. Sometimes it has switchbacks. And yet, as long as it turns back in the direction we were headed, it is still on the path forward. The path forward has mountains and valleys, and it still is the path forward. If you keep moving, the path forward has sunshine and rain. It may even storm, and it's still the path forward. The path will most assuredly have joy and pain, and forward we go. It will contain seasons of arduous work and time for rest and play, if we remember to breathe. The path forward consists of many well intentioned steps, and crap happens, and harm is done, and it's still the path forward. If we remember to breathe, make amends, and keep going, we can have everything we need to tackle the mountains ahead of us on the path forward. So I want to leave you with that. This world, the business world, the life we're in, the year coming will have many switchbacks and twists and turns and sunshine and rain, but it's still the path forward. So I wish you all the best on your path forward, right? Keep it going. This book is available at Amazon.com. Girl, Get It Right. It's an impact guide for creating the life and the work that you dream of. It's about how to bounce and meet the challenge and strive. And you can, right? If I can do it, anybody can do it. I won't say that, but I believe that most people can do it, right? Some people are extremely challenged. But I want to thank you for being with me today on this on this this Saturday. Is it Saturday? No, it's a Friday. On this Friday afternoon, we've got some great guests coming up for you, and I'm looking forward to interviewing them. I am your Black Business moderator today, and we have Chad Smith coming up soon. Um, and he's pretty interesting. He's an interesting guy. One thing I know about the Black Business Network is that you will meet some interesting people here if you stay tuned. I think it's awesome that in this information world, we have so many ways to glean information, but this channel, this network is all about us. It's all about how we can help each other, how we can help each other thrive, how we can help each other grow. And it's free to you, right? It's information. We're all professionals on this channel, and we're just sharing information freely. Because as Eric Kelly says, there's a lot, he doesn't want to take anything to the grave with him, right? We want to share it all so that the people behind us can do even better, right? The people coming up behind us can do even better than we are. So I thank you for joining us today. One of the things I did not tell you about as I'm thinking about this now is I didn't tell you about the types of workshops that Guest Brown Impacts offers. So if you are in business for yourself, or you have a business where you're having to serve a diverse market, we have workshops on understanding and mitigating implicit bias. I have workshops on breaking down the systemic racism. Many people don't have a thorough grasp on how we even got here, and definitely can help with that. Also, how to be an inclusive leader, 6 traits of inclusive leaders. I have a whole series on why race matters. And then thriving at work. That's another thing people contact me about. How do we thrive at work? Understanding our team dynamics, the four tendencies, helps you to understand your team's motivation. When I'm dealing with sometimes women's ERG groups, they want me to talk about how do I cross that chasm to the C-suite. And then everybody wants to know about how to advance their careers. And I have a workshop called The Career Entourage, mentor, coach, sponsor, why you might need all 3, right? I also, as I told you, I'll work with women to brand their brilliance and negotiate, and to command their worth at work. All of these are important things. As a leadership development coach, I've worked with hundreds of women to help them, figure out next steps for their lives. One of my favorite clients was a client I helped who was working at a nonprofit, and she was already in leadership, and she was already a pretty powerful leader, very dynamic. They kept promising her a raise, but they wouldn't actually pull the trigger on it. Then they had to wait for this thing to happen and that thing to happen. But we got together. I got to working with her, understand her motivation and her values, and helped her to find her voice there. And by the time we finished working with her in the course of a year, she got 3 promotions and 3 raises. Her salary increased from the time I was there, worked with her, 65% over those 3 raises and 3 promotions. And, she's, as I said, she was already dynamic. She's a very good leader. They knew she was a good leader, but they were messing with her. They would promise her a role, and then it wouldn't happen. But by the time we finished, she gained confidence in her abilities and her ability to communicate what she needed. And as I said, within the course of a year, she increased her salary by 65%. That was such a great thing to be part of somebody else's story and success story. And so that's the cool thing about being a coach. Another young lady I worked with, her husband had died and she still had to provide. She raised 3 boys on her own. And she was walking with her, shoulders hunched. And it's hard to find a job like that. But by the time we finished and we talked about how to present ourselves and how to dress and how to talk about us, what value she could bring, and she began to believe that, and then she could walk with more confidence. She could talk about herself with more confidence, and she went on to get that job she needed to have and feel very comfortable about who she was as a person, and that helped her to continue to thrive. So I've seen some great turnaround stories, and it's just my pleasure to be part of somebody else's success, right? I helped one young lady I know. When I first started working with her, she wouldn't even turn on the phone. She wouldn't even turn on her camera on the computer. I had to talk to her with the camera off. But by the time we finished, we did have to deal with a little stuff that happened in childhood, but we're able to do it, and helped her to turn her life around and get her mojo back and to feel good about what she could bring, and she was able to go on, and now she's thriving, right? She got that promotion she wanted. She got the raise she wanted. She eventually left the company and started her own business. So, it's good. There are setbacks and switchbacks along the way, but there are people that can help you. Coaches can help you. Don't ever feel like you have to do it by yourself. So, thank you for spending time with me today. I hope to see you at guestbrownimpact.com. I hope you reach out and I can help you overcome some of your challenges and hurdles in your life or in your business, right? Thank you so much for your time. I think we're going to be seeing someone in just a minute. I think it is Eric Kelly is up. Dr. Eric Kelly is coming. So let me tell you a little bit about him. Let's see. I'm going to do Eric Kelly next, right? Or am I going to commercial?
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. Mm-hmm. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take your, grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental?
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on. I
love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gail Guest Brown. I am your business moderator for this session of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So today we're going to meet Chad Smith. Chad Smith is the founder of 5 Lions Digital Marketing Agency in Fredericksburg, Maryland, specializing in client acquisition strategies for coaches, consultants, and service-based entrepreneurs. Using the elite acquisition method, Chad helps businesses clarify their messaging, attract ideal clients, and drive measurable growth. Who doesn't need that? So welcome to the Black Business Network. Welcome, Chad. Let's bring Chad on.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, Chad?
Man, if I got you better, I wouldn't know how to act. And that's saying something because I don't know how to act anyway.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for joining us today and welcome, welcome, welcome. I can't wait to hear more about your business. One of the things I need to know is why 5 Lions? Why 5 Lions Digital? Why that name, Chad?
That is a long story, but I shall tell you the story. I'm a 50-year-old child of the 80s. And one of my favorite TV shows back in the day was called Voltron. And if you remember Voltron, it was 5 robot lions that combined into one giant robot that upended the universe. So that's what I help my clients do, is I help them identify what their 5 lions are to form their complete and functional and high performance business.
Awesome. Awesome, Chad. You sound a little low on my side, so I'll give you a minute to look at your volume over there.
Let's see something.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you another question. So, Chad, I'm sure there are many misconceptions about branding for small businesses and mid-sized business. How can you help them overcome them?
Well, I think the main thing that we have to think about is what is branding. People tend to get it mistaken all the time. So branding is simply how you make people feel when they interact with your business, with your brand. So what verbiage do you use? What what are you wearing? What's your consistent message across platforms? That's your brand. And a lot of times, if your brand feels disjointed or it feels like it just doesn't quite hit the mark with who your ideal client is, it can send the wrong signals. And a lot of times, your business will be inconsistent in A, it's client attraction, and B, it's revenue at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you so much. Who is your target market for your business?
Wow, man. Well, my target market, my ideal client are service-based entrepreneurs who want to develop systems in their business that they can automate a lot of things that they don't really need to be doing, so they can focus on what they should be doing more of and spending less time doing it.
Okay. All right. How does
Pretty simple, right?
Yeah, pretty simple. But to me, it sounds like a big market, right? So I'm thinking, do you niche that down, or is that your target market, the whole world?
No.
Anybody in the whole world that's a service organization?
You know what? Here's my theory on this. They always say the riches is in the niches, right? So, but I feel like sometimes you can focus so much on niching down to where you don't even realize that a niche can be fairly broad. So I come from the fitness world. I was a gym owner and a coach for most of my adult career. What I've discovered is that while I could really talk really well to them, the same message has applied across industries. I started off just trying to work with gyms, and I found out that I got a lot of people who wanted to speak to me about the same thing. And if you have a service, like you've got the same issues, you've got the same need, you've got the same problem. So the meal ends up being the same. You just may tweak the recipe a bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I'm going to take your word for it. You're the marketer. How do you how does understanding your target market impact the success of your marketing agency?
Oh, it's everything. It's everything. If you don't have a firm grasp on who you can help, like who can you do a world-class service for, I feel like at the end of the day, your service should create some sort of transformation in your ideal client's life or business, and you have to figure out who you can do that for. And if you don't really have a firm grasp on that, you'll never really get any real traction in your business. Just taking a shotgun approach and whoever takes it is not, it's not ideal. If 80% of my clientele ends up being female, but I'm speaking with masculine language and I have mostly men in my ads, I'm not really paying attention to who's really buttering my bread. You know what I mean? So you have to have a firm understanding of your target audience. And I don't just mean like age, gender, where do they live? I mean, what do they really want from you? What are their greatest fears?
Yeah.
What's their most desired outcomes? What do they dream about? So aside from the obvious metrics, you really have to take a deep psychological dive into the way your ideal client thinks, and also how to pull the levers on how you can connect with them on an emotional basis.
That's awesome. I like that you said you have to find out who you can make a transformational change for, right? And,
right.
And that's guidance. So I love that idea.
Because you can give okay results. You can help somebody kind of make a change. But I mean, is that really going to create a rabid following? Like, ideally, people should be running through a wall trying to get what you're offering because of the change that's being promised. If it's just okay results, I'm not really going to be excited about that at all.
That makes a lot of sense to me, right? So tell me a little bit about storytelling and what part storytelling plays in building a strong brand for a small business.
Storytelling is everything. It's everything. There's an old saying in sales that whoever tells the best stories wins the business.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. Like I look at probably one of my favorite ad campaigns of all time is the Paul Harvey farmer commercial. I think it was with Ford or Chevy, one of those brands. But they have the famous orator Paul Harvey, who was basically giving his famous farmer speech, and they just have images of this truck, not even bright colors. It's kind of like a dim commercial, but at the end of the commercial, like I wanted a truck because I mean I was sold, and I'm not even a truck guy, but I wanted a truck. But because it was powerful, it was moving, it was so emotional. So and it just told this solo story, and that's all it was. It didn't talk about the actual weight bearing ratio or the truck bed capacity, you know, the Hemi engine. It just told a story,
Right.
and that was it. I'm a big fan of comic books, and I love being told a good story. I watch movies, and the story does everything for me. Stories, facts tell, stories sell. So if you have two coaches who specialize in working with women, like on weight loss goals, one has been a world-class athlete her entire life. She knows her stuff inside out. She has a college degree in kinesiology. Then you have another coach who's got a basic certification, but she's got a story of losing 300 pounds while being a single mom, holding down a full-time job on her own. Who do you feel like is really going to get the most business from that target market?
Yes, yeah. I think the person who's the most relatable, right?
Right, who's got the story to tell.
Yeah.
Exactly. Stories tell, I mean, facts tell, stories sell. So you got to have a good story. And so many people are so afraid, like even if it's just your own personal story. So many people have such a averseness. You're more educated than me. Is that a word? Averseness?
Aversion.
Averse. Yeah, have an aversion. That's the word. They have an aversion to talking about their personal life or telling their own personal story. But I'm like, but that's your greatest weapon, is your personal story. Like my personal story is all about I have lost a lot of things. Like, you know, I've lost in life, but I've learned from all the losses, and I've developed winning systems that I can duplicate across businesses to help you avoid the losses that I took. Right. So don't do what I did at this point in my life. Do what works now, and I'm going to teach you how to do it. So that's it. That's why stories are important, because they help you without seeing, but they help you become more relatable. They help build a connection to your ideal client, that you understand them, where they're coming from, and they help create that tribe that you need to have a long-term sustainable business.
Yeah. There's an old adage out there that people only buy from you if they know, like, and trust you. Right?
Exactly. And they can get to know and like you and trust you through storytelling over time.
They get to know you through stories, right? They feel like they know you through stories, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. It reminds me, yeah, that's so true. I speak, and when people who have heard me speak about my personal life, they come up to me afterwards, and I can tell on their face, they think they know me. Right? They're like, I heard you speak, you know, about, I was in the audience, and I was like, oh, okay, well, you know me then. They say, yeah, I know you.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Now you're besties.
Yeah. So that's cool. All right. Well, then that's awesome. Tell me, how, Chad, do you effectively communicate your unique value proposition to your audience? How does a small business do that?
By showing and proving. Bottom line, showing and proving. Right? You have to have proof of life, if you will. You have to have you have to be able to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about, and that you've helped people just like them do what they want to do. So reviews are important. Testimonials are important. So all those sorts of things is what helps you show and improve. It's easy to say it, but to other people, can they vouch for it? That's the main thing. So every time that you help someone win, you gotta get it on paper or you gotta get it on video, because that's your arsenal. That's your arsenal of evidence, if you will. And I just made that up. You can use that if you want to. If that's your arsenal of evidence that you can do exactly what you say you can do for who you say you can do it for.
Arsenal of evidence. All right. We heard it here first.
Heard it here first. You can hashtag that. Hashtag arsenal of evidence.
Arsenal of evidence. Awesome.
Exactly.
Awesome. I like that. And so how about you as a company? How do you measure the success of a branding or a marketing campaign?
It depends on what your ultimate goals are. So if you want your business, it all depends on how you want people to feel when they interact with your brand and when they talk about your brand. So one way that you can gauge it is, take a meta-analysis of all your reviews, because you should have a lot of reviews. Take a meta-analysis and look at what the commonalities are, and that's your brand. So you can input like your top 50 reviews into whatever AI platform that you use and ask AI to take what are the common words, what are the common expressions, what are the common comments that people are saying about your business, and that's how you know if your brand is succeeding, because people will speak about you in common ways, about how you make them feel, how you've changed about the way they think, and what kind of experiences that they've had with you.
I love that shortcut for coming up with a common language for about putting all of your testimonials into ChatGPT and see what it comes up to with.
Life hack.
Awesome.
That's a life hack.
Yeah, that's a great hack. So I love that one. Thank you for
that. Definitely. And it's so easy to do. Just like I said, just copy and paste your top 10 or like 50 of them and just ask what are the common words, phrases, and feelings that are in these reviews, and you can ask it to help you define your brand. If you have a meta review, what is the meta review of my business?
You can tell it to act as a marketer and tell me these things, right? So
yeah, exactly. Or as a research analyst.
A research analyst. Okay, you like that one better?
Yeah, I like that.
All
yeah,
right.
Brand analyst, if you will, however you want. It's so beautiful. I love using. Speaking of using AI, if you're not using AI right now, one of the platforms, I mean, you're really missing out on the boat. And just a couple of years ago, it was always a question of, man, are you using AI? Now it's like, maybe not, right? Like it makes life so much easier, and it can really make tasks that would take hours and hours go into minutes. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, sometimes I get stumped on what I'm going to say in this caption on social media, and I go to Copilot and bam.
Yeah, and it's great. And over time, the more you use it, Yep, and the more you use it, the better it gets to know you, and the more customized your responses become.
Yeah, it's amazing what it can do. It can create images even. I had it create an image for my marketing for a negotiation seminar I was having. It was beautiful, so I used it. Yep.
The image generation is a lot better than it used to be. Just like a year ago, it was awful. It was awful. People have like 15 fingers, and it was awful.
That's awful. No, it's pretty good. It's interesting. I asked it one time to give me an image of Black professional woman. I could not get it to. I even said without a tie. Every image it gave me the woman had a tie on.
It associated business with a tie, no matter what the gender was.
I think the key word was professional, and then
got you.
It was a tie, right? So, but anyway, talking about social media, Do you think social media is overrated as a branding tool, or is it essential?
I think it's essential now. I mean, it's essential. Like you have to use social media. You can't really avoid it at this point. And but I'll put it this way. I don't feel like you should ever put all your eggs into the social media basket though, because if it's probably not gonna anytime soon, but your favorite social media platform that you're putting like 90% of your marketing efforts on or branding efforts on goes away, then you're screwed because you saw it happen with MySpace. Do you remember? Are you old enough for MySpace? Are you?
I'm not old enough to remember MySpace.
No. What's MySpace? Yeah, I never heard of it. So, but if you remember MySpace, it went away one day, and people were making so much money on MySpace, right? And
so it would be like Facebook going away one day. Like
Facebook. Yeah, and TikTok might be going away soon. There's a lot of people making a lot of money on TikTok. So I feel like social media is great for letting people get to know you, like you, and trust you. Like we talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
It's a great platform to show who you are as a human being, to display your brand, right? But it should be just one tool in your tool belt for client acquisition. And especially now that we know the algorithm for businesses, at least on Meta platforms, it really doesn't want you to do business on its platform unless you're paying them to do business on its platform. So a lot of times, if you're just talking about business, you're going to get a huge hit with reach and engagement. Now, platforms like LinkedIn want you to do business on their platform.
Right.
The more business you do, the more the algorithm likes you. So the more popular you are with in the business community, the more it shows and the more money you make. So, but for branding purposes, you absolutely have to use social media. There's no better platform to put your brand on full display than on social media.
Mm-hmm. Are you when you think about LinkedIn, are you using Sales Navigator and Galaxy, or how do you use those things?
Yes, if you're in the B2B space and you're not using Sales Navigator, you're leaving a lot of money on the table, because I'm sure you're familiar with how it works, but if folks don't know how it works, some of my clients, I build them complete LinkedIn lead gen systems. And a lot of people I talk to aren't even aware of the paid version of LinkedIn. They don't even know what it does. But and it's wild. So if you don't know what the paid version of LinkedIn does, it gives you access to an amazing tool called Sales Navigator. And Sales Navigator actually acts as a magnet for the people that you really want to talk to on LinkedIn. So you put all your parameters, type of industry, type of position they're in, even number of employees, annual revenue. There's all these things that you can put into this engine.
Yeah.
And it will begin to create lead lists for you to contact. Mm-hmm. And then when you do what we do, when you connect an automation software to it, it begins to outreach these people on a schedule. So I'm a huge fan of LinkedIn Sales Navigator. It is an unbelievable gift that is ridiculously affordable. Especially when you compare it to the cost of running ads. You can set up a complete LinkedIn Sales Navigator based automation for like less than $200 a month. Wow. And you can reach up to, I think it's 250 accounts a week.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. And targeted accounts every week, like 250 a week. That's amazing.
I think it's even less than that. I think it's, I don't know, it's in the hundreds.
Well, I think the paid version, I think it's 250. I think it's up to 250. I think for paid.
Well, I meant the cost was.
Oh yeah, it's $99.
Yeah,
$99 a month for LinkedIn Premium. It's crazy. Like, why would you not have it? It's crazy. Yeah. Awesome. And then another $70 for the automation software. Like $170, and you have a lead generation engine that is constantly feeding you leads.
Software. Are you talking about Galaxy?
That's one. There's lots of options. I use one called WeConnect. I like WeConnect. There's Apollo. There's all types of different software that you can use.
Awesome. Okay. That was a lot of information right there. I hope you guys are listening.
I hope it's a transcript. You know, they might want to get this transcript. We're giving away gold here today, Gail. We're giving away gold bars right now.
I know, right? I hope they're listening. What, Chad, what's your perspective on the effectiveness of influence marketing for small business?
I think it's evolving. Influencer marketing isn't the same as it was just a few years ago, just because you're seeing a lot of changes in the rules that influencers have to adhere to. And from what I understand, there's also been a dip in effectiveness as well, as far as using influencers. I think there's certain industries that do better than others when it comes to using influencers. And people know that when they see an influencer like unboxing something, I mean, they know they're getting paid to do it. So I lean more on the side of user-generated content, or you may have heard it called UGC. So real people who buy your product creating content on their platform. So I feel like that's the best kind of influencer marketing because it's organic and they're not getting paid to do it. I think that's a better approach, to be honest, is people who actually are your customers, giving them incentives to talk about their experience online, like user-generated content. I think it's way better than in general than paid influencer marketing. It's because people just know it's fake. Basically, it's you're being paid to talk about this product.
Well, it's not fake, but you are getting a fee, so it's not unbiased, right?
Yeah, it's not unbiased. I like that. It's not unbiased.
Yeah, it's not an unbiased opinion, right?
It's not fake. It's just not unbiased.
Yeah. I want to ask this question because I think hearing from someone like you with all of your experience, how long have you been in business?
Oh, wow. In this business, just honestly, just for the past year, that's it.
Okay.
But I have been involved in marketing and branding with my other businesses for over 25, almost 30 years now.
30 years now. So with someone with your experience, we could really benefit from this. How should businesses rely on data versus intuition in their branding strategies?
I'm sorry, say again?
Should businesses
You cut out.
Did I cut out? Should businesses rely on data versus their intuition in their branding strategies?
Well, I'll say it like Shannon Sharp. It's capital B, capital O, capital A, capital F. Both. You have to use both. I think as you gain more experience, your intuition grows. So you're able to make better decisions faster. When you're new at your business, I feel like you have to rely a little more heavily on the data until your intuition muscles grow, right? So just like going to the gym, the more you get into the habit of making decisions based on data, your intuition muscles grow. So then you can trust more of your intuition over the data because you have a history of decision making and recognizing results. So I definitely think it's both. But if you're on the newer side, without much experience, lean more heavily into the data side until you develop those intuition muscles.
Awesome.
But that being said, you always have to have a method of collecting and tracking and analyzing the data that so that it can aid your decisions moving forward. Like you should never ignore data because then you'll miss trends. So as your intuition grows, don't ever ignore the data.
That makes so much sense. As a small business owner myself, I tend to rely on my intuition a lot. And my husband, who's a engineer by training, he relies on the data. So between the two of us, I'm like, I want to do that again. He's like, did you make any money? I'm like, no, I didn't make any money.
Yeah, exactly, right.
The data says no.
Everybody says no.
Right. I'm like, but I got so much pleasure out of doing that workshop and blah, 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 blah. He said, the data says no.
Well, you know what though? But you know what though? There are certain things like when you get experience, like you know, when you have experience like you, Gail, you learn to say no to a lot more things than when you're new. Yeah. And that's your intuition growing. Like you know what's best for your brand. And there's some things that I'll do that I'll say yes to that I won't make money on the front end.
Right.
But it gets me in a room with a person that I want to meet, or it exposes me to a certain audience that that will pay off on the back end.
Right.
So I don't think you always have to make money up front to say yes to something. But there should be some sort of tangible benefit to that yes. Like your yes is like 14 karat gold. When you give someone your yes, that's heavy, and if you give them that yes, there's got to be some kind of ROI. Maybe not monetarily, but there has to be some kind of ROI.
That makes so much sense because your yes is your time, and your time is your most valuable resource, right? And so
you can't get it back. Once you give it, it's gone.
Yeah, makes so much sense. That's a word right there. Okay, I want to ask you this. What's one piece of outdated branding advice you think entrepreneurs should stop following immediately?
One piece of outdated advice. I think probably one piece of outdated advice is I think it's about the power of, I think having everything have to be so pretty. I think people put so much more focus and energy into their logo than they do their marketing plan. I mean, yeah, right? They focus so much on like this is a pet peeve of mine with the website designers who don't have any marketing experience. Okay. Like there's website designers who are barely scraping by financially, right? So that tells me that you don't know how to market. So if you don't know how to market, why would I ask you to create a website where my goal is to make money? So there's presentation and there's functionality. So you can spend all this time on presentation, which is important.
It is important,
but it's not as important as, is it functional? Is it sucking up SEO traffic? Is it converting? Right. So I have seen ugly websites generate millions of dollars of revenue. Like there are some people out there whose websites look like it's still from like the early 2000s or late 90s, but it generates millions of dollars. Right. So everything doesn't have to be pretty for it to make money. So I think that's one piece of advice that, I think we can ignore if you want to get started and you want to make money, is like stop spending so much time and so much thought energy on how do I make it look pretty before you have a business and marketing plan. Like that could come later, but you don't need to have a beautiful logo, for you to start selling what you do.
Yeah. Okay, that's your advice. I think you got to do both. I mean, I've had people contact me on the basis of my website, right? They looked at my website. They said, "Well, she looks pretty credible. Let me contact her." Right? If I had an 80s website out there, would they contact me? I don't know. It's hard enough. It's hard enough to win business with the pretty website. Okay, I mean, you got to do it all. You got to do it
I
all.
think, but people get paralyzed and they spend weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, right, on trying to build the perfect website or trying to get the perfect logo, and that's weeks of sales that you've missed. You know,
That's true.
like
That's true. The business plan is more important.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not important, but I'm just saying that, like, I don't think you have to wait to start selling until you get your website just right, or until you get your logo just right. Like, it's just start selling. Just get on the phone.
Start selling first, right?
Yeah, let's make some money. You know, and you can work on that as you go.
You can pay for the pretty website, right?
Facts. There you go. Exactly.
Go sell. That's what my other tell me. Go sell something. Oh, you want to have
go sell something,
and then we can upgrade later.
Or if you're doing email marketing, you know, you don't have to have this beautiful like newsletter style email. Like all the emails I send, my email newsletter, I have a header graphic and text. Like that's all. You know,
right?
Yeah, like all the great email marketers I know, it's just text emails. Like it doesn't have to be this big production. Just send the email.
All right. I want to ask you one last question before you get out of here. And
let's hear it.
How can small businesses leverage cultural identity without pigeonholing themselves?
Wow, that's a great question. I think just because I think if you specialize, and there's nothing wrong with specializing. If you legitimately have a product or a service that caters towards a certain culture, cool, do you?
Yeah.
But I feel like you can integrate certain aspects of cultural identity without being flagrant about it. I feel like, because unfortunately, you know, we do live in a culture to where we're seeing a lot of pushback on cultural diversity, and even just having a presentation of culture, you know. So I think there's a balance when you're doing that, right? Like, don't ever be afraid to express cultural representation, but if you have more of a broad product, I think you just have to have balance with your presentation.
Awesome. Balance. Okay. Awesome.
Balance in all things, like a Jedi.
Well, I want to thank you for coming today and sharing your expertise on the show. How can people get in touch with you if they have a need for your services?
Oh, I'm everywhere. I'm all over the place. You know, you can go over to the website, www.5lionsmarketing.com. That is all letters, no numbers, www.5lionsmarketing.com. You can hit me on email, chieflion@5lionsmarketing.com. You can hit me on all my socials. I'm sure, we'll drop some links here, but you can hit me on social. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on, find Chad Smith and Frederick, Maryland on LinkedIn. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram. I'm all over the place. Or just, call me. Shoot me a text, 240-217-2891. I'm everywhere. Hit me up.
Awesome. What piece of advice should I have asked you that would be very important for small businesses to know before you leave us this afternoon?
I think the biggest piece of advice that I can give someone who's listening to this right now is find a way to succeed. Right? Just find a way to win. Find a way to win. It's tough out here. It's tough. I've been an entrepreneur most of my adult life. Like this life, if this is the life you choose, then find a way to win. Right? I don't believe there are. I don't believe there's any really permanent failure unless you concede to it. So find a way to win. Pivot if you have to, adjust where you need to, but find a way to win. Don't give up.
I love that. There's no failure unless you concede, right?
Exactly. Unless you concede to it.
You're still in the fight as long as you don't concede.
Someone told me a long time ago, it might have been my therapist, said, if you put your hand right there, right? And what do you feel? You feel your heart beat. As long as your heart's beating, the game ain't over. Keep moving forward.
I love that. I love that. Keep moving forward. It's so relevant as a small business owner. There's so many challenges that come our way, and things don't always go well. And you have to overcome them and keep moving. So that's
more things, as well as I do, Gail, more things will go wrong than they'll go right. But when they go right, it's an amazing place to be. And you got to find a way to keep the dice rolling on that.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I want to thank you so much. Those were very good words. I appreciate your coming here today and telling us all about it. Is there one question that we didn't ask you that is essential for us to know?
No, I think we covered everything very well, Gail. I listen, I appreciate the conversation. I always love being on an interview with a host that gets it, and you get it because you're in the trenches just like me, and I love being able to have just good, honest conversations. No fluff about the reality of business. We talk about our successes, our failures, and I always say I'm not an expert. I'm just a couple steps ahead of you. So people listening to this, I'm not some guru who's got some cosmic awareness, but I've made mistakes. I've learned some things, and I'm just a couple of steps ahead of you. So, take what you can and go with it.
That's awesome that you're here and willing to spend time with us and share what you know and share your, we get the benefit of all of your years of marketing experience without having to put the time in ourselves, right?
Exactly. And you'll be getting an invoice today, Gail. So don't worry about that. I'll be getting you an invoice today. Don't worry about it.
I mean, you better invoice Dr. Eric. You better before he invoices you. That's he didn't invoice you, so I think it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a zero-sum game. That's what we're doing. Zero-sum game. Right, where are you based out of, Gail? Where are you?
I am in California.
Oh, you're out west. Oh, okay.
Out west. This is a global, international network, and so we have folks on here from coast to coast and all over the country, from London to Africa to Nigeria to all over, all countries. So, and it's 24 hours. So there's always somebody over. It's a wonderful resource to our community. There's always 100%. over here sharing value, dropping pearls, right? Dropping pearls for our community to benefit from. Because, we've been in the game a little while. We want to share what we want. We want people to continue to grow, right? We want them to go on and overachieve us, right? Do the darn thing. And then we're happy to see that happen.
Avoid the mistakes and shorten the distance between startup to success. That's what I always say. Let's avoid the mistakes that I've made, take advantage of what I know now, and then shorten your distance between startup and success.
Awesome. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to Dr. Kelly for the invitation. This is an amazing platform. I love it. I'm excited every time he invites me to come around.
All right. Well, I'll let him know that you're willing to come back. And I think we should hear from him any moment.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at #BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve, and everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gail Guest Brown. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. This network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have with us today Ruki Tajani. I'm going to let her tell you her entire name when she comes out here, but let me tell you a little bit about her. She is the founder of Firm for the Culture, a law firm dedicated to empowering social entrepreneurs and change makers to protect their intellectual property and to scale their impact with confidence. As a first-generation Nigerian American lawyer with roots in the Silicon Valley's legal sector, Ruki bridges the gap between complex intellectual property law and the needs of mission-driven entrepreneurs. Her work has helped countless visionaries safeguard their brands, amplify their voices, and create lasting legacy. I would love for you to meet. I'm going to bring her up. Let's bring Ruki into the room. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hi, Gail. I'm doing really, really well. How are you doing?
I'm not doing as good as you. I'm loving those red lips, girl.
When you have hair this big, you gotta go big. You have to go big. Like my hairdresser did it, and I was like, you know what? Let's just, we gotta just.
Oh, you look fabulous. You look ready. You got the memo. You're ready for the assignment. All right. Welcome
Thank
to the Black Business Network. Rookie, tell folks a little bit about yourself before we get into talking about Firm for the Culture. Who are your people and where are you from?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, let me just say to Gail and to the Black Business Network, thank you so much for having me. It really is an honor to be able to speak to a community that really gave me the motivation and gave me the inspiration to start Firm for the Culture in the first place. So, as Gail noted, my name is Rukayatu or Ruki Tajani, and I'm the founder of Firm for the Culture. But even before then, I am a first generation everything. I'm from the projects of Brooklyn, New York, and I often lead my story with saying something that catches people off guard oftentimes, which is when I graduated from law school and did all the fancy things, I wanted to quit being an attorney. I wanted to quit being an attorney because as a first gen everything, I didn't know what I didn't know about navigating this space. And that, frankly, along with the abysmal lack of diversity, made me want to quit. And this was after I had graduated from UC Berkeley School of Law. This was after I had gotten opportunities to work at some of the top firms in the country. This was after I worked for an Obama-appointed federal judge in California. This was after all of that. And it's like, I wanted to quit because I didn't necessarily see myself or our stories reflected in the legal landscape. But I attribute my continuity of my journey, or I attribute the fact that I kept on going to, amongst other things, divine intervention, to mentorship, and to community, to my people, right? And as a result, I ended up going to the top litigation firm in the country. I was an IP attorney in the Silicon Valley office, and I loved it. I loved engaging with the darlings of the Silicon Valley. I loved talking about contracts, patents, trademarks, copyrights, trade secrets. But even then, I didn't necessarily see a lot of people who looked like me in those spaces. In fact, I was the only African-American attorney in that firm, at least in Northern California. And I believe at the time I was one of 7 in the country. And this was a firm of over 700 folks. So it was definitely a journey, so to speak, but it gave me the knowledge, the wisdom, and the impetus to eventually start Firm for the Culture, because I wanted to take these skills that I've learned and really apply it in a way that empowered Black and Brown and marginalized founders and entrepreneurs and social impact makers in a way that gave them truly a seat at the table and helped them leverage their diverse contributions to the culture in a way that resulted in generational wealth. So that's a little bit about me. I love making Nigerian food. I love, I love reading books. So a little bit about me.
All right, awesome. I could ask you why you started Firm from the Culture, but I kind of feel like we already covered that. Would you say that's true?
Yeah, I would say that's true. I can elaborate on that by saying, and I say this jokingly, but Firm for the Culture allows me to get paid to check Beyonce's IP portfolio and like talk about it on social media. Beyond that, I'm entering my 5th full year of entrepreneurship, and I would say the reason as to what keeps me going is a little different from what had me start. And I'll just give you like a quick, story. I had a founder who essentially wanted to sell a day camp to another organization, another company. And we were able to successfully do it through a licensing agreement that ultimately got her and her partner over 6 figures in royalty. And I remember during that meeting, kind of just crying and essentially saying, "You're the reason why I'm continuing to do what I do." Or another instance, I have a client who was essentially defrauded by a local film school, and we were able to send a really strongly worded demand letter. And as a result, they conceded and are going to refund the entirety of the client's tuition, which can be a lot, when you're talking about schooling. So these are the things that kind of keep me going, even when I didn't anticipate kind of having these on my plate when I first started.
Awesome. It reminds me of the need for small businesses to be nimble and flexible. And
Absolutely.
sometimes your clients are teaching you what you do. You have an intention to serve over here, and they're like, but I need you here. And I see you flexing to meet the needs of your clients. And that's so important as an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
Rookie, how does the Firm for the Culture specifically cater to social entrepreneurs and change makers?
Yeah. So one of the things I say at Firm for the Culture, we're social entrepreneurs helping social entrepreneurs. And what that means is many of us as team members, as lawyers, as customer service representatives, we have a foundation in social impact work, whether it has been through my prior business, which is the First Generation Purpose Project, which helps first gen professionals navigate life and career by utilizing the grit and tenacity that's already in them, or other team members who have put together entire research studies to talk about cultural misappropriation and its intersection with IP, right? So we come from these spaces and these well-researched worlds, really understanding the intersection of social impact, which is creating meaningful change in your communities or in a particular industry, and its intersection with IP. And because of that, we can oftentimes speak the language of social impact, not only to our clients, but to the United States Patent and Trademark Office. I remember there was one instance where we had a Latinx client who had this amazing brand, and we filed the application at the USPTO, and the USPTO gave us an initial refusal. Now, an initial refusal is also known as an office action, and sometimes they can be very catastrophic or frankly detrimental to the registration of your application. However, because we were able to really show that the nature of the client's goods and services were not only that of as a social impact nature, but the interpretation of the client's brand should be seen. There's a concept called the foreign equivalent doctrine, and essentially the USPTO saw that if the client's brand was translated into its English equivalent, it would be conflicting with another. But we were able to show that because of the work that the client has done in their community and beyond, their brand should not be translated, and which was a really good strategy to ultimately help the client get registered. That was the language of social impact. That was the language in which we were able to translate from the work that the client has done to the USPTO to eventually get the client the outcome that they truly deserved. So that's a little bit about what we do.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I've heard that firm social entrepreneur before, and wondered if that I really had a social enterprise. I think I do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's any company that talks about profit or nonprofit and purpose.
Yes.
A purpose. Yeah. And I know, Gail, I've had the privilege of working with you. You really do social impact work. You help women and minorities really not only have a seat at the table, but truly advocate for their value when they are being paid by bigger corporations. So yes, you have social impact in what you do.
That's my attorney, y'all. That's my attorney right there. Thank you. That's the work you've helped me with, and in securing my trademark. So thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Rookie, what are some of the common misconceptions entrepreneurs have about intellectual property?
I I would say there's a couple of misconceptions that I'm constantly approached with. The first one is this idea that because you have an LLC or a corporation that bears your name, that you have intellectual property that is protected. And that couldn't be further from the truth. LLC, which is a limited liability company, is oftentimes, not oftentimes, is a creature of state law. So what that means is that, let's say that you have your LLC in North Carolina, for instance. That means that in the state of North Carolina, you are able to essentially engage business. And if somebody were to sue you, that suit, if you're not intermingling funds, that suit would not touch your personal assets. So it wouldn't touch your car, it wouldn't touch your house, it wouldn't touch your children's, college tuition, so to speak. That is the nature, that is the task, that is what a LLC is meant to do. An LLC oftentimes is also meant to prevent other similarly named businesses in that particular state from having a confusingly similar name. So you have your business, in North Carolina. Others may not necessarily be able to have an LLC with the same exact name in that particular state. However, an LLC does not stop someone from having a similarly named business or corporation or entity in any one of the other 49 states, if not the world. That's
That's something to note, people.
Yeah. So it's important to note that just because you have your LLC in North Carolina or in a particular state, it doesn't mean that others outside of the state of North Carolina are prohibited from having a business with a similar name. That's number one. Number two, having an LLC does not prevent you from being on the hook or being liable for trademark or IP infringement. It's entirely possible that you can have an LLC and operate business in a way that, quote unquote, causes consumer confusion in the marketplace. The main thing that can prevent you from being on the hook or being liable for trademark or IP infringement is by filing to protect your IP, in this case, copyright or trademark, with the United States Patent and Trademark Office for trademark or the United States Copyright Office for copyright. So it's important to understand that having an LLC does not necessarily protect or prevent protect against or prevent intellectual property infringement. I would say a second pretty common misconception is what's called the poor man's copyright. I've heard that several times. Gail, do you know what the poor man's copyright is?
I think it's something like if you sign your name or something like that.
Yeah.
You tell me more.
Generally speaking, the poor man's copyright is this concept that if you create something, oftentimes a literary or artistic work, a book, a script, or what have you, and you seal it and you mail it to yourself and you don't open that thing up, then that gives you copyright protection. It does not. It does not. Let me just
That's a myth, huh?
Let's try that myth right now. It does not give you copyright protection. It doesn't actually give you any type of protection. That is not the standard for obtaining copyright protection. Copyright protection is simply artistic or literary work, be it a song, a course, a book, a dance, a pantomime, a film, in a fixed medium. So it has to be in a medium that you can replicate, you can touch, you can sell. It can't be a general idea. And the reason why I say that is because oftentimes people who come to me will say, oh, Disney took my idea. Okay. And I'll say, okay, but an idea that's not actually implemented or executed into a fixed medium cannot be protected by copyright law. So that's definitely another misconception. And I'll give you a third one just for kicks and giggles, especially in the realm of artificial intelligence. So when you make something with generative AI, whether it's a blog post, a book, or the like, that generally is not protected by copyright law. So remember we said copyright law protects artistic or literary works in a fixed medium. It may be the case that what you created through ChatGPT or through, Claude or what have you, may very well be an artistic or literary work in a fixed medium. However, copyright, which is actually protected by the United States Constitution, protects what's called the creative process. And the creative process is inherently a human process that cannot be protected to the extent that that creative process was not generated by a human. So because generative AI essentially takes over our creative process and produces something that we as humans generally have no control over, that output, that work cannot be protected by copyright. Now, there are some complexities when we talk about trademark, but for the most part, you want to be really, really careful when holding something out as your intellectual property if you created it with generative AI.
Okay, that begs the question for me. The question is,
okay,
how do they know if I use generative AI to create a new solution, or and I put it out as my solution? How do they know that it's generative AI and not my creative process?
Yeah, so generally I'll just say they don't know. They don't know. But what I will say is when you file a copyright or file to get your copyright protected, then you do, I believe as of recently, you do sign something that says this is my work. And oftentimes the issue comes up, there's at least 2 instances that I can recall. The issue comes up when you're trying to sue somebody for copyright infringement. And in defense, somebody says, well, you have no copyright because the creation that's at the center of this lawsuit is actually not protected by copyright law.
Okay.
So oftentimes, even when someone is trying to enforce their copyright, a back end way of defending your stance if you are the alleged infringer is to cancel the copyright. On the basis of the fact that it wasn't actually created through the human creativity process.
Well, Rookie, this sounds like a complicated issue. I'm wondering, as a small business owner, you're creating your content daily. You're creating new solutions, new offers, these kind of things, and you think they're your intellectual property because you thought of them. Say you didn't use AI. You thought of this new and ingenious way to do something, and you're sharing that with your clients. Is that something you could copyright?
So when you're saying to the extent that you did not use generative AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely something that you can copyright. Anything that you essentially, put your creative work into, like you decide. So copyright at its core, it's a very low standard. So there is artistic or creative work in a fixed medium and a modicum of creativity. That modicum of creativity is a very, very, very low bar. We're saying if you had a photo, you took a photo and you framed, the items in the photo a certain way, that would generally be the modicum of creativity that affords you copyright protection. And what I oftentimes tell clients is don't let the fact that your work is not necessarily protected by copyright, at least the generative AI work, scare you, because it's always a balance. Just as it's not necessarily the most cost feasible thing to protect every single thing that you create, it's not necessarily the most cost feasible thing to put out everything without the use, especially in this time and age, without the use of generative AI. So it's always that balance, right? It's understanding that you can still produce a lot of content that may or may not necessarily be protected, but can help you achieve goals above and beyond IP protection. And this is a really important portion, and this is a really important point that I want to raise when we talk about intellectual property.
Okay.
When you're working with an attorney, a good attorney, one that really understands your business, one that really understands your goal, a good attorney is not always going to, um, you know, push forward for litigation or push forward for, the legal remedy. In fact, I had a client, we were engaging a breach of contract case. And uh, we talked a little bit about the legal implications of sending a demand letter to the alleged infringer, right? And we talked about how much they would be owed. We talked about, taking them to small claims court. We talked about, how much it would cost essentially to do either an arbitration or a litigation proceeding. And then we spent a good amount of time talking about, was it worth it?
Right.
Right? We spent a good amount of time engaging that cost benefit analysis, talking about, okay, how much stress is this taking? How much stress is this taking?
How many days off work you're gonna have to do this?
How many missed opportunities is this? And is this worth it?
Right.
So also, when I engage our clients at Firm for the Culture, it's not simply a matter of what's going to get me the most money. It's a matter of what are your goals and how can we work in a way that aligns with your goals. And while I, pride myself on being able to give you information and insight as to the legal implications of moving towards a specific, decision or strategy versus another, I also pride myself on having somewhat EQ into emotional intelligence, and because I'm also a business owner, having enough space, mental, emotional, what have you, space to really accommodate those conversations that go above and beyond the legality. And that's something that, kind of going back to the fact that I wanted to quit being an attorney, was something that I saw initially as a weakness, but now I see as a superpower.
Awesome. I'm mindful of the fact that when we talked about trademarking, is that the right name for my business? Trademarking, my business is my name, Guest Brown Impact. And I thought, well, how many Guest Brown Impacts could there be?
Yeah.
And literally, we found other Guest Brown Impacts, right? Or close.
Yeah, we did.
Impacts. And the one question Ruki asked me was, would you want somebody to open up business under Guest Brown Impact? And just basically just change it a little bit and say they were Jan Guest Brown Impact, right? or some kind of derivative of your name. And I really wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want, it could cause confusion in the market. It could people could get confused whether they're dealing with that person or me. And I saw this in a prior business we had. Ernest and I had a business called Kids Art. It was a franchise business. And there was literally a different spelling. We spelled Kids Art with a Z. She spelled Kids Art with an S. And just the confusion that caused, right? And you literally don't want that, right? You don't want, it's hard enough to be in business without someone having a name close to yours and creating confusion in the space.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that was enough for me to, having had that prior experience, to know I didn't want anybody else coming close to my name and doing business as a coach or anything, a consultant with that similar name. So I'm really grateful for running into Ruki and how she helped me to see the benefit and the benefit of doing so. It was not something I considered, but I did have that prior experience in another business, and I knew I didn't want that any confusion around who I was and when I was trying to enact business. So I thank you for that.
Of course. And if I can kind of drive that point home, Gail, this is when we talk about likelihood of confusion in the marketplace, it's not simply consumers, mixing up one business for another. It's also somebody else being able to leverage your mission, the quality of your goods, the quality of your services,
and your brand.
And for their benefit. And they didn't work to really put that information, or they didn't work to put that quality out there. Also, by virtue of having a trademark, to the extent that you sell goods, you can actually stop infringing items from entering the country. You can work with the Border Patrol to stop infringing items from entering the country. So that's another thing. But additionally, to the extent that, let's say that, God forbid, kids are, and this is the most dramatic example that I oftentimes give to drive the point home. Let's say kids was selling, toxic paint, like
Right.
paint that was, for kids, but it had lead in it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was
Right.
awful.
And to the extent that one of the children who used the kids' art paint had lead poisoning, who do they sue? Do they sue the
Everybody.
kids' art with the Z, or they sue the kids' art with the S, or do they just bring everybody in that suit?
Yep.
And now there is legal costs, because now you have to spend money to get out of the lawsuit, right? There are, and you still expose yourself to further liability to the extent that you don't change your name. Right. So those are the things that I'm thinking about when we talk about intellectual property and the value that you are protecting when you are putting yourself out in the marketplace.
Thank you. Yes. That's awesome. I really appreciate the work that you do. And I have a question around here about your approach to educating entrepreneurs on the importance of protecting their intellectual. What's your approach to keep getting the word out and educating entrepreneurs?
So I would say my approach is twofold: relevancy and cultural competency. So I'll give you an example. When Usher did the Super Bowl halftime show in February, I saw that, my team and I saw that as a really, really great opportunity to take a deep dive into Usher's intellectual property portfolio. Because as many may or may not know, your trademark portfolio is publicly available at the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
Awesome.
So when I took time to look at Usher's IP portfolio, I noticed that almost immediately before his halftime show debut, he filed upwards of about 14 different trademark applications.
Wow.
So I use that as a learning opportunity to educate many of our audience members, many of whom would have likely been watching Usher's halftime show, or would have likely been a fan of Usher or similar artists, to talk about the importance of protecting your IP, particularly before you go before big stages. And let's say, many may not necessarily go on as big a stage as Usher was on. Usher had the opportunity to perform on. But let's say that you're doing a TED Talk. Let's say that you're on Good Morning America. Let's say that you're about to publish a book. Let's say that you are really talking about your impact in front of an audience that is inspired by the work that you do. Inspired, and I tell a lot of our clients this, inspired has the letters IP in it. So you want to make sure that when people are inspired by the work that you do, they don't turn that inspiration into IP that may ultimately infringe upon the work that you do. So I use that example as really a learning opportunity. And I put on Twitter, I put on TikTok. I think it went a little viral. I think it got thousands of likes and thousands of views, to kind of let people know, hey, if Usher's doing this right before his halftime debut, then this is something that you should be thinking about as well. So relevancy and cultural competency, having the knowledge from years of being an intellectual property attorney, but also having some cultural relevance to the community that we serve.
Awesome. Thank you. I won't even ask you about the Beyonce Bowl. I know you took some time, you said up front, to look at her intellectual property game. Was she on point?
Oh, Beyonce doesn't play. So she has several, I think it's upwards of like 40 to 60 trademarks.
Oh my goodness.
Related to, and they're all held by what's called BGK Holdings. Now, if you are a Beyonce fan like me, you would know what BGK Holding stands for. Do you know what BGK Holding stands for? Beyonce Giselle Knowles.
Ah, okay.
So that's her holding company that pretty much holds much of her intellectual property. And quick fact or quick aside, Beyonce, as well as other attorneys, they as well as Jay-Z and other huge artists, their lawyers are actually the law firm that I used to be a part of, Quinn Emanuel Uckerman and Sullivan. So
what's the name of that firm?
Quinn Emanuel. It's an LA-based firm, and I was in the Silicon Valley office of that firm.
Awesome.
And I actually worked with Jay-Z's current attorney, Alex Spiro.
Oh my goodness! Look at we got. I hope you guys are picking up these pearls that have been dropped today, because we're talking to somebody who knows. All right. So, thank you for joining us, Ruki. What advice would you give an entrepreneur who's just starting out and unsure about IP protection, intellectual property protection?
Absolutely. So I'll say prepare for the overflow. And what I mean by that is really take the steps, even if it's something that you don't believe you can afford right now, really take the steps to connect with those expert professionals or those people in your orbit that can help you build a strong foundation. Right now, for instance, and this is just from personal experience on not on intellectual property, but on something else that I'm so glad that I hired a professional in the beginning about taxes.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yes. So recently I received a notification from, and Gail, I feel like you'd appreciate this, being a California person, being a California girly like me. Recently, I received a notification from the Office of Employment Development Department, which is EDD, which handles like taxes related to like payroll and all that stuff, saying that I owed a $17,000 tax bill.
Wow. No.
So if you've been following me on social media, you have seen that I've posted at least 2 posts talking about the unglamorous side of entrepreneurship. Everybody talks about their big win, their 6-figure years, if not months. And them doing like the dances with their clients and all that great stuff, and conferences and the stuff, but we don't talk about the less glamorous sides, the being inside of these really sometimes monotonous tax offices, or having to stake your claim and you have no idea what you're doing. Fortunately, because I have a tax person,
yes,
who has been with me from the beginning, shout out to Nakandra Moran of Exceptional Tax Services, I was able to send this email to her, and she, within a day or two, was able to help me rid myself of that $17,000 bill. I didn't have to pay a cent of it,
right?
Because she had been engaging me even before I made my first cent at Firm for the Culture.
Amen. Amen.
So I say this to say it's very, very important, if you're going to do business, like really going to do business, to really have those people, those individuals, those the trusted communities around you, so that as you scale, as you build, as you obtain this overflow, you have your contracts in order, right? Because chargebacks,
yeah,
people will charge back with the quickness.
I know, right?
So you have your contractual agreements in order. You have your intellectual property in order. You have your systems in order. You have your taxes and your revenue, bank accounts in order, because there's but so much that professionals can do after the fact. If you get audited, if you are sent a cease and desist, if you are sued for contract breach.
We're getting scared now. Don't scare us, Ricky. Don't scare us.
No, not listen. Not there's some things we can do, but I'm saying this to say I'm saying this, and I don't want to scare people, but I'm saying this to say, oftentimes as Black and brown and marginalized identifying entrepreneurs, I know, and I'm speaking to myself as I'm speaking to you, we oftentimes don't anticipate how much people need the services that we provide.
Okay.
So when we don't anticipate that people really are like yearning for the services that we provide, we don't necessarily prepare for the overflow. We don't prepare for the 6-figure years. We don't prepare for the 6-figure months. We don't prepare for the significant demand that comes. And by the time that large demand comes, because I promise you it will, we want to make sure that our basic foundations are set so we don't have to worry in the back of our minds about all of that overflow crumbling down.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think people have to prepare, and they have to prepare for the overflow, and they have to be business savvy. You can't know everything, so it's important to have that, that advisory team in order, your tax attorney, your accountant, all those things. You have to invest in yourself.
Absolutely.
And to me, investing in my trademark was an investment in myself and my business, right? And so as business owners, Rookie, I think you have, 35% of all new businesses are Black women. All right. I mean, this is a huge market opportunity.
I love us.
They need to know. They need to know about this from you, right? So this is huge. You have to inform and educate so that they know.
Absolutely.
All right. So listen, how can people get in touch with you if they want? This time moves fast. How can people get in touch with you, Rookie?
Sure. So you can get in touch with us. We're on all platforms, including Blue Sky. So you can get in touch with us by looking at Firm for the Culture, FIRM for FOR, the THE Culture, CULTURE. You can find us on Instagram, Twitter. On Twitter, the 4 is actually the number 4 instead of the letter, the spelled out. And on TikTok, it's Firm for the Culture. LinkedIn, you can get in touch with me by going to Rukayatu Tajani. The name is in my introduction over here. Or you can email us at hello@firmfortheculture.com. We would love to have you. Or you can even go to our website, firmfortheculture.com, and get a few free trademark guides or downloadables to start you on your business journey as you prepare for the overflow.
Oh my goodness, this has been such good information, Rookie.
Thank you.
I reach out to Rookie. I see her a lot on LinkedIn. So if you have a LinkedIn account, you can definitely look for her there, Rukayatu Tajani. It's the first time I said her full name. How'd I do?
It sounded like Spanish a little bit when you said it.
I get Spanish right now. You'll have to teach me the correct.
It's okay. It's okay.
Pronunciation.
Rukayatu. Yes.
Rukayatu. Thank you so much for helping me with that.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Rookie. Bye-bye. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Wasn't that wonderful? I hope you all listened and got a lot out of that. I want to tell you a little bit about the Black Expo's mission. They have a mission to raise funds for high school seniors, going to college, or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App on the screen, or just the Cash App account is $BB, capital B for Black, capital B for business, BBX USA is the Cash App sign on. Their goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA American sponsors, and they are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Melanie Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, great companies, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. So thank you for our sponsors. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you.
How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gail Guest Brown, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. This network is a 24-hour business network showcasing showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders. We have speakers from Carolina, the Carolinas, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all across the U.S. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, for this next hour, we have with us a very special speaker, Kathy Taylor, the lead executive leadership coach. She is an influential voice in leadership development and workplace culture, known for empowering leaders to connect authentically with their teams through effective communication and impactful actions. With over 30 years of experience, she's dedicated her career to facilitating meaningful conversations that drive personal and professional growth. She is the founder and CEO of Kathy Taylor Consultant, LLC, and Be That Academy. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, Kathy. Welcome, Kathy, to the stage. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you today?
I am well. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if you know, but I'm an executive leadership coach. So I know your field very well.
Yes. Yes.
Great work. Great work. I love the work that I do. I know that your work happens to focus on the generations in the workplace.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that your target market? Tell us a little bit about yourself first.
Sure. So again, I'm Kathy Taylor, and I really focus more on communication. So my passion is really around connecting leaders with communication styles and ideas that create change in the way they lead, follow, and evolve in life. So it's more than just business, right? It's more than just what they do in the workplace, because I don't believe that you can turn it off as soon as you walk through the door. You can't turn it on and turn it off. You are who you are. So I want your whole self to show up when you walk in the door. And I want you to lead as your best self as well. So how can I help you be your best authentic self all day, every day? It doesn't mean perfection. Just being your best self.
Okay. So your focus then is communication.
Yes. Communication with the leadership, with the leaders.
With the leaders. Okay. Well, awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Nowadays at work, we have like 5 generations in the workplace.
Yeah.
Sometimes we might have 3 generations at home, but when we go to work, there is at least 5 generations in the workplace. Do you do a lot of work with these generations, or helping leaders to communicate and understand the different generations in the workplace?
Oh, absolutely. Because you can't separate the generations, right? So you have people that have been on their job for 20, 30 years, and they remember the day they start. And they want things to kind of continue from those days. And then you have newer people coming in, newer generations coming in, which is Gen Z right now, that have a new and fresh ideas. And they're like, okay, get with the times. So there's this battle of somewhere between those two. And as leaders, we fall in those categories where we have to figure out, how do we blend everyone so no one feels forgotten and no ideas go unheard.
That's so good, because what would an organization be without new ideas and fresh ideas, right? Right. So we don't want to don't want to hamper that those fresh ideas coming forth. So, how old are Gen Zs now? When we say they're the latest ones into the workforce, how old? What age groups are we talking about when we say Gen Z?
So Gen Z is, I believe they range from, I believe they're 97, like 1997 to 2012.
So they're
yeah,
about,
2012.
they're in their
So
20s.
it's somewhere between 20 and 27.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 20 and 27. They're just about
12
grown.
to 27. Yeah. So they are the youngest generation in the workforce now.
Okay, 12 to 27. Well, that's a big jump.
Yes.
And then Gen
So,
X's, or how old are Gen X's?
so Gen X would be my generation. And so they fall between 1965 to 1980. So that's 44 to 59.
Okay.
And in between those two would be the millennials.
Okay. And the millennials, there are quite a few. I think 2020 saw their first millennial executive leaders. So they're kind of in charge these days, right?
Right. And a lot of times we're still looking at millennials as the little kids, as little babies. And I was watching, maybe it was 2020, that was talking about, hey, we're not kids, we are CEOs. We have grandkids.
We have grandkids. So millennials are what, 50s now? They can't be.
No, they're 43s, but hey.
43s, wow. 43 to what, 60?
They are 28 to 43 because they're 81 to 2020.
43 to 20, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing, right? How the world keeps turning, right? Time just moves on. And some companies have even
somewhere right in there.
Boomers left, right? There's some boomers still working. So that can be up to, quite a bit of 4 generations, sometimes 5 in the workplace. So that's awesome. What are some of the common communication breakdowns between Gen X and Gen Zs, and how can they be resolved?
So I think some of the common problems or concerns would be the fact that misconceptions, like we're taking some things that we've heard other people say and we kind of ride with that, meaning that you heard, Gen Z, they're lazy or they're entitled or they don't believe in hard work. So that would be something that maybe Gen X is saying, and maybe Gen Z is saying they feel like you can only do it one way, and they want to work harder, not smarter, and they don't believe in change. So it's not true. We tend to have these times where we are grouping everyone that's in those generations to say the same thing, and it's not true, right?
It's almost like a stereotype, right? Right.
Exactly. So one of the things that I always recommend is, let's sit down and have a conversation. Like, we typically have a lot more in common than we do differences. Right. There's so much more that we can get done if we work to our strengths versus talking about what I don't want to do or what we can't do.
How can organizations create an environment where Gen X and Gen Zs collaborate effectively?
Yeah, Gail, I'm always going to come back to communication. Like, that's the thing that I think it's missing. So My title is Inclusive Leadership Perspective Strategist. And that title is came from my belief that one conversation can change the world. It doesn't mean it's the first conversation. It might take 200, but it's going to be one conversation that is the tipping point to make everyone understand what's happening. And you never know which conversation that's going to be. And as a patient in which conversation that's going to be, oh, I tried it. I've talked to them. And so because sometimes it's the leader that doesn't have the patience to do that, it kind of falls flat about it, the good, bad, and the ugly of it. And I believe that it's going to come together. It doesn't mean that we're going to always have to agree, but if we talk about it, it's going to come together.
I love that. I love that it's going to be a conversation, not necessarily the first conversation, right?
No.
Right? It's just something you got to continue to work at. I believe that's so true. I've read that one of the things that we always talk about the differences, but I heard that their values are very similar. Is that true to your experience?
I believe so.
Okay.
Right? Because Gen Z, a lot of their parents are Gen X, right? So you're talking about who they were raised by. And so you can't separate the two, right? And so there's this honor in some point. Now, of course, sometimes you might call your own kid, entitled or some other names just because, right? But for the most part, you did the best you could with what you had until you could do better. But for the most part, you are raising good kids. You're doing the best you can.
Sure.
So those values, it's rare that someone wakes up and says, I want to do the wrong thing today.
Right.
I want to be mean today. I want to be hateful today. It's rare that there's a fundamental, or there's some, those are one-offs. There's some kind of mental, chemical imbalance that someone says, I want to do wrong today. Right. That's not the norm.
That's not the norm. We shouldn't expect that anyway.
Exactly.
So, Kathy, what are the risks if organizations fail to address generational divides within their team?
Oh, Gail, there's so many risks because there's a place for everyone. And when leaders bury their head in the sand and say, you figure it out.
Right. Or you guys work this out between you, right? Yeah.
Not only does their company fail, but they're failing their people because the customer is the one that's impacted most.
So true.
And the customer is the one that's going to say, I can get better service, because there is very few places now that holds all the eggs now.
That's
so right. I got to deal with, you not doing the right thing, or I got to jump through too many hoops to work with you, or bad customer service. Yeah, I got options, right? Mm-hmm. So typically the biggest problem, I'm just going to take my business elsewhere.
Yes. Loss of business
is the number one thing. And you see it all the time. You see businesses go in and out, and not just from the generational divides, but it's the lack of respect for the leaders not respecting the differences of both, because there's some good there's some good that goes with both sides, right? So I think that's a big part of the problem.
Right. That makes sense. Do you think that leaders' expectations differ between Gen X and Gen Z?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think oftentimes with Gen Z, they are looked at as, I don't expect as much from them in general.
Okay.
Where with Gen X, because they are very loyal employees, typically, because again, we're not talking about all, but usually Gen X was told, you go out, you get a good job. So
Do you think
they're typically loyal and they're going to stick with you there?
All right, you kind of went out for a little bit. You came back. Do you think that Gen X and Gen Z have? Do you think they have different expectations from work?
Again, I think there is a difference in expectations because with Gen Z, there's an expectations that you will treat me fairly, you will not be disrespectful, you will not talk to me in a certain way. There's a different level of tolerance. And on the opposite end, with Gen X, their tolerance level has been higher because um, they've been conditioned. I'll say that we've been conditioned to take a little more as a Black person, as a Black woman, as so there's different things that we've been conditioned to accept more. And with Gen Z, it's like, nope, and that's it, the end. And they don't mind walking out.
Okay. You know, I've heard it said that your how you are is where you were when different events were happening in the world. For I forget which generation. I think it was which generation grew up with their parents being laid off from work and 9/11. I think that's Gen X, right?
9/11. Mm-hmm.
Right.
No, that's millennials.
Oh, that's millennials. Okay.
Was millennials.
Okay. So
Mhm.
that was Gen X. That was millennials. Well, they didn't have a lot of loyalty to work because they watched their parents get laid off. What events shaped Gen X, and what events have shaped Gen Z to be who they are?
Mm. I feel like maybe more technology for Gen Z. Trying to think with Gen X. So with Gen Z, they were born into the technology. They know nothing else, right?
Yeah, they're digital.
So
They're called digital natives, right?
yes.
They grew up
So
on producing themselves.
and they're making a lot more money from that, right? So there's so many six-figure, seven-figure earners from social media alone.
Wow. Okay.
So it's, when you think about that entrepreneur spirit, it's so much easier. They figured it out. And so just staying in that vein, I think sometimes we may be a little resentful for that, because
When you say we, you mean Gen X?
yeah, because there was no, if you had a business, if you had an entrepreneur spirit and you knew you were going to do it, it was still hard work, or it was figuring it out. There was no platforms for you. You went out and handed out business cards. You put your ads in the phone book, and, you had to rely on networking in a different way. So the fact that you can go viral in a day and make a whole lot of money, sometimes it's not respected. Maybe it is for some. And so again, I want to make sure that I'm not stereotyping or generalizing, but
when you're talking about generations, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what can Gen Z leaders do to earn the respect and trust of the Gen X colleagues and team members?
That's a good question. I think one of the main things is respect the grind. Like, respect the hustle, not be dismissive of the way that they've come up. And not be dismissive of, maybe I started as an hourly worker and kind of, went step by step to get to this supervisor position or this manager position, where you came in as a manager, and you're kind of on this path to surpass me, or where I am now, we're at the same level. So not to dismiss, what I have to say.
Okay.
Or, the knowledge that they bring with the new. Because again, I always believe all old is not bad and all new is not good.
You need a little bit of both, right? We need the new ideas and the experience, and need to bring them together.
Yes.
What role do you think storytelling plays in bridging the generational communication gap?
Oh, a lot. So much. Because I think sometimes when it comes to stories, you can paint a picture in a way that, if it sounds like I'm just kind of barking at you, or I'm kind of stereotyping, or I'm just talking about generalizations, it doesn't connect. But when I'm talking about a personal story, or when I'm telling you something that you can connect with, then you'll say, oh, that's why she does this. Oh, that's why he acts that way. And once you create that connection, there's a different level of respect. There's a different level of, now I see.
Right? Awesome. So you think more storytelling. How would you affect that as a leader at work?
So leaders are often the glue that can help make these things really gel and stick. It is up to the leaders to form those sit-down meetings in a way that help people come together. So if your team needs that, then you need to model what that looks like. You need to model, if you fall in one of those categories and you see that, say if you're in Gen Z and you're the leader of that group, if you hear the remarks it's your responsibility to make sure that you stop that. You're not laughing at the jokes. You're not talking about Mr. So-and-so, or that's how he is. You model what should happen. And you're bringing people together. You're talking, you're having conversations with the opposite side, and you're helping to break up those silos that oftentimes happen,
Yes, I hear you. I hear you talking about, modeling and leading through your actions. Are there other leadership strategies that resonate equally well with both generations?
So I think one of the biggest things we can do, ask questions. Like, don't feel like you have to figure it out. Don't feel like you have to
involve them in problem solving.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you can have some really great ideas.
They have great ideas. And as you said, these are really wide bands of ages. And we're kind of generalizing a lot to understand them by these categories. But there are unique people inside of each of those categories.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of engaging them in the solution, right?
Absolutely.
Because that's going to be the best problem solving you're going to have, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. When I think about entrepreneurs, and there are some entrepreneurs who watch this show, how do entrepreneurial motivations differ from Gen X to Gen Z, and what does it mean for business partnerships?
So I think the biggest difference would be for Gen Z, part of that, because again, they're so immersed in the digital age, right? It's what they know well. When it comes to Gen X, it's not that we don't know it.
Yeah, no, you know it because Gen X also grew up on social media, right?
Yeah, it's just evolved much more, right? And so they just know how to, I'll say that they just know how to navigate it maybe a little quicker. And they are early adapters to a lot of newer things.
Okay. So they jump on things much quicker.
Awesome. Which means that they are willing to try it, which has gotten them a lot more financially vested in it. Where with Gen X, it's not that, for the most part, we're not going to do it and we are not going to come along, but we are a little more risk adverse. So we may want to, read the fine print a little bit and find out a few things, ask a few more questions, then jump in right in.
A little bit more cautious in strategy. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
For sure.
What lessons can Gen Z and learn from Gen X's resilience and work ethic in entrepreneurship?
I think one of the biggest things is maybe the diverse perspectives. Thinking about long-term strategies versus the right now. Thinking about what that legacy looks like, and where we're going tomorrow. What does that impact look like? long term versus I can do all of this now, I can grab it now, but generations from now, not just I want my kids good, but what do those long term strategies? You're not just looking to influence, but to impact long term.
That's awesome. That's awesome. As we come to a close here, how can people get in touch with you?
Sure. So the best way is through my website. So that's I am Kathy Taylor at IamKathyTaylor.com. And I hang out mostly on LinkedIn. So that too is I am Kathy Taylor on LinkedIn as well.
Also on LinkedIn, okay, and the website.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there any parting thoughts you'd like to leave with our listeners, or whether they be business owners or individuals today, about communication and or Gen Z before we close out?
Yeah, Gail, one of the things that anytime I do conversations like this, I always remind people, let's just talk about it. You know, as I said earlier, I wholeheartedly believe that if we just have a talk, if we just have a conversation, I believe that things can change. And I have an acronym that I use for talk, and that is take time. As a leader, it's important for you to pause and take the time to see, hear, and acknowledge the people that you work with. Not just the leader, yes.
Okay.
Not just the leader, but your actual colleagues. And when I talk about leader, let me say this really quickly. When I'm talking about a leader, I'm not just talking about in a corporate workspace, as an entrepreneur as well. You have a team that you're working with, right? So sometimes when we think about leadership, we're thinking about corporate space or somewhere else. But as entrepreneurs, we are leaders as well, right? And we have to take on that same mindset that I need to take care of my team. I need to make sure that what's in my head, it's what's coming out of my mouth, and I need to make sure that I'm taking care of them. So that A is for articulate the actions needed. Because again, what's in here doesn't always come out of here. And we make assumptions that people, you just know, you've worked with me long enough, you should know what I'm thinking. Yeah. My crystal ball today. So articulate the actions you want me to take.
Okay.
The L is for learn the lesson. I believe that nothing is wasted. So always take accountability for everything and just move forward. It's fine.
Awesome. So,
things happen. But what is the lesson learned? What is the lesson?
Learn the
lesson.
So talk was take the time. A was actionable.
Articulate the action.
Articulate the action. And L is learn the lesson. And K?
Keep it kind.
Keep it kind.
Keep it kind.
Awesome.
I say, I have to say it the way that I say it. And I say, listen, you can't talk to people crazy. Like, stop talking to people crazy. You have to use kind words, right? And we're in the same field. So, Dale, do you know what the platinum rule is?
Do unto others as they want to be done unto.
That's the golden rule. The platinum rule is treat people the way that they want to be treated. So it's not the way that I want to be treated.
Do unto others as they want to be done unto is the platinum rule too. That's the same thing.
Yes. So it's more about like them. I might be okay with using a certain language or, you saying certain things to me, but you may not be okay with that. So I should talk to you the way that you want to be talked to. Not, oh, I don't care about that. I'm fine. I want you to give it to me straight. I'm a realist. No, but if that's not okay with that person, then you need to, what is her definition of kind? What is his definition of kind? And that's what you should be doing. Not just because, oh, this is just the way I am. No.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I had that
that's
wrong.
what
It's do unto others as they want to be done unto, as they want to be done unto, right? So
exactly.
yeah, so
Yes.
it's kind of like, the love language, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the 5 love languages?
Yes. I have that book
so,
somewhere in here. Yes.
Yeah, well, we often love people the way we want to be loved, but they might have another love language. They want to be loved the way they want to be loved. So we have to adapt to other people. So often is the case in business, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy, thank you so
as
much.
a leader.
Yes, go ahead, Kathy.
Now, I was going to say with that, and the way that I say that in a leadership way is give people what they need, not what you want them to have. So it's related to that whole love language. So, yeah.
Dr. Madeline is
Same thing.
listening. She says it's great information. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for sharing that. Well, listen, it has been great. Give people a way to contact you again before we close this out. How can we get in touch with you?
Yes.
Did I get cut off, Kathy? I was saying before we close this out, tell people how they can get in touch with you.
IamKathyTaylor.com. IamKathyTaylor.com.
All right. Thank you so much.
IamKathyTaylor.com or LinkedIn. I am Kathy Taylor.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. And as we like to say around here, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. Listen, I want to tell you all about a little bit of a word from our sponsors, right? Because we couldn't be here without sponsors and supporters. We all need those. So I'm going to tell you about, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA, our US sponsors. I'm going to begin by listing a few of them. The NC100, the Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. That is a mouthful. Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shaney Global. We also are sponsored by 5-Star BDM Media. Big shout out to Executive Women's Success Institute. We heard from Dr. Madeline today. She was online with us today commenting. The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios. There's Lee Entertainment. Of course, there's Artistic App Design. And of course, the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for joining us today. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090